Hello and welcome to another stream of Assassin's Creed Origins for my annual 2024 playthrough. So I've had to change the stream output to 720p just to see if that helps resolve the audio out of sync issue that I've been having. It doesn't affect my game, as in, for me, the audio I'm hearing through my headset from the game is in sync, but on the stream it's actually gotten out of sync. So I'm hoping that reducing the stream output from 1080p down to 720p for this game is going to help. And when I finish this playthrough, if it has helped, that'll be great. And then I'll just put it back to 1080p when I do Assassin's Creed Odyssey. So today is Tuesday, which means there's going to be one stream and then a break and then another stream later. And we're sort of in the middle of a quest. The last stream ended because the audio started to go out of sync, or it had been out of sync for a little bit. I just wanted to finish out the part of the quest that I was up to. So we still have this quest that we're currently on called Arton Rising, and in a moment I will just recap what has happened in this quest. And first thing, I'm going to change what outfit I've got Bayek wearing. Alright, so we're in the main quest, Arton Rising. Bayek seeks out the High Priestess Isadora. Though she believes the curse is Amun's will, she tells him of a cult in the farmlands which worships a risen pharaoh. In the temple of Karnak, the god's wife offers her daily honorifics to Amun, the lord of Thebes, but outside the streets his people cower and cry, their lives ravaged by the pharaoh's curse. Bayek seeks out her counsel and discovers Isadora believes the curse a punishment from Amun for the tomb robbers. Bayek sets out to prove the curse is the work of men, not gods. And so what we've done in this mission is we spoke with the High Priestess, we reached the Theban farmlands, we investigated the farm, we found and rescued Jehuti, we escorted him out of the bandit camp, we spoke with him, we reached the cursed farm, we burned the carcasses at the cursed farm, we met with Jehuti at night, we followed him, we collected the silica from the offering table, we placed it on the ritual statues, we lit the Arten, we waited for Jehuti to complete the ritual, we spoke with him about the ritual's origin, and now we have to reach the Theban archives. Hey Raid, you know, if it's Tuesday for you, that technically means you're from the future, at least from your perspective. This is true, in terms of like, everything around the world that is happening right now is happening in the now, but different parts of the world, it's either day or night. You know, it's really cool when you think about time in that way. Like, we like to measure it in the way that we do to obviously help us figure things out. Like, if today is this day, and I've got to do this on this other day, this is how many days are in between, and I've got to go and do this at this time, and all that kind of stuff. But in the very moment that someone is eating food at night, someone is also waking up, and it's morning for them, you know. It's interesting when you look at time like that, not as something that is sequential, but as something that is all happening at once, at the same time. Right, it's currently 10 p.m. for you, still bright as hell outside. Oh really? Even at 10 p.m.? Damn. I wish I could say that being in a time zone that is further ahead means that I've got like the ability to figure out what the winning lottery numbers are and all that kind of stuff. It's a shame that isn't how time works. Time zone differences work. Summer weather, is it? Ah, I gotcha. Yeah, I prefer winter weather, which is what we're having here at the moment. I find it easier to cool... Sorry, I find it easier to warm up than it is to cool down. It's like 30 degrees, but you feel like you're melting. Ooh. Yeah, I don't like that feeling at all. The other thing that, when it's too hot, affects, I just can't get comfortable, I can't concentrate, and I just get irritated. I'm wondering where the priest went. That was there. He's probably despawned from the game world. I don't know where Jehuti the priest went. Ah, damn it. Ray, do you like how there's those weird jackals wandering around and no one bats an eye at them? Unless the in-universe reason is they're illusions only Bayek can see? That could be it. Because that's the thing, like, everything that you see happen is because Isadora has the apple and she's using it. But it also shows how subtle it can be too, like, it's not just, oh look, there's this thing being used and there's all this magical energy being, displayed places, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, you might be onto something there, Raid. Maybe that's something only Bayek can actually see.
Simba ow. What?
Yeah.
Hanechero.
Stop you! Right there!
Hey, what's going on here?
Jehuti said that the statue pointed him to the scroll.
Hey now! You are mine! Stop and die! Hey! I'll kill you!
The temple door is hidden. There is a scrolled note here. Tehon's men are also looking for Akhenaten's sanctuary.
On Akhenaten's temple.
Rip you to shreds!
I was trying to read this, NPC. Get the fuck out of here. On Akhenaten's temple. You who fills the land with beauty, we stumbled in darkness until you gave us the glimmering truth. There is but one God, and it is you, Akhenaten, the living embodiment of the sun disk. We build this shrouded temple in honor of you. When you rise on the eastern horizon, the light reveals the true path. Note from Tikon's men. I'm sick of looking. This temple to the heretic is a myth, nothing more. Raid, have you managed to successfully beat any Pharaoh's shadows? Just one so far. That was the one that you encounter at the start. All the other ones, one I got killed by, and then the other one just disappeared before I could. Hey there, Lucas. How's it going? It really is, Raid. Such inconsiderate behavior from these NPCs. It's like, didn't the NPC know that I, the streamer, was actually reading that document that Bayek had found?
Nia.
إيري هم عنجو
Right, Pharaoh's shadows are irritating. Still like to kill them though. They definitely can be irritating. Especially when you're almost killed them and then they just piss off. It's like, coward.
Very pious man. We could not hope for a better guardian of the faith.
He and Ono braved the wilds to perform a ritual for the Lord of Peace.
To rid the land of the curse. Did they succeed?
There are rumors the Pharaohs walk less now, so we must believe it did some good.
The Temple of the Aten. He denied the gods, all of them, including the Theban triad. The pharaoh Akhenaten holding a relic. He worshipped it as the god Aten incarnate. Living Aten, who started life, springing forth from the seed of Amenhotep. Fed the son in the womb of his mother, the great royal wife queen Tae. The beauteous, the long-haired. The Aten, O sole god without equal. Your eternal resting place will live forever in the sun. If the pharaoh had the relic, then who has it now? The royal palace of Akhenaten, watched over by the Akhenaten and his beloved wife, Nefer Nefru Aten Nefertiti.
Raid for Odyssey, are you doing New Game Plus or starting fresh? I'll be doing New Game Plus with that as well. Lucas, damn NPCs need to learn some matters. You need a TD. Nefertiti. They do, Lucas. All NPCs should go to mana classes. Check their manners. When someone's reading something, don't just come up to them and be like, "You're in a restricted area. I'm going to attack you now." Just let them read. They'll get out of the restricted area once they've read what they want to read. Guess. Lucas, how dare they do what they're programmed to do? Exactly. Why are they doing this kind of thing for?
The curse yields another grim harvest. Did you find the answer in the farmlands?
I found this.
You dare bring this into Amun's house?
I found it in a temple dedicated to the apostate Akhenaten. What is he holding?
He worshipped the disk of the sun, the Aten.
It is not the sun he is holding. It is the relic I seek. This and the man who has it now are behind the curse, not Amun. Amun's will? Huh? That he sends a heretic, the Pharaoh who denounced him?
Tuya. No. I sent her out into Thebes. Told her she would be safe. I did this.
Akhenaten still walks. He is the key to the relic.
I have been blind. Hiding behind Amun's veil. Can this truly be?
Isidora!
This may not be Amun, but Amun can stop him.
This is not the gods. Don't you understand?
The Lord to the limit still holds dominion over Thebes. And I am Amun's wife. The people need to know that he still hears their cries.
Then tell me his will.
A single speck of dust from a god statue of Amun. It would purify Akhenaten's resting place in the valley amongst the true kings. But Tihon has taken everything of value from the temples and the tombs. We have nothing left.
This is not the first time I've heard of his thievery. His men harass the farmlands.
He lords it over us. Struts like a scorpion around Hatshepsut's temple.
Then I will find him and his spoils.
Bayek. The man who has your relic. What will you do when you find him? Then Amun watch over you.
Asking that for her own benefit, because she's the one who has it.
Tihon conducts his business around Hatshepsut's temple area.
Let's hope this thief keeps a record of his spoils.
Raid, you have this old game. You have this old game where you play as Tutankhamun. In the game's universe, Akhenaten is his older brother, and Nefertiti is his love interest. A bit weird, since in real life, Akhenaten was his father and Nefertiti was his mother. Makes you wonder why they changed that for that, like in that game. Like, you think they would have just kept it as the way it was. I mean, I could understand, you know, for some games where they change up things like that. But still, if they wanted to tell the story of Akhenaten, like, having a love interest, then, you know, they could have chosen something else, maybe. What I want to do is go back to where Jehuti was. I can't remember where that was now. Hey Godfather Al, you're actually going to be replaying AC Origins. You just bought the gold edition because you never played the DLC, so time to play the base game again and the DLCs this time. That is cool. That's great that you're playing the DLCs for the first time. That's excellent. I hope that you enjoy the DLCs as well. I think they're quite good. Right, then again, Tutankhamun's wife in real life was his own sister. Ancient Egypt was weird all around. Maybe that's why they felt they could change it for that game to be that way. They're like, oh well, it's already a bit messed up as it is.
Hey.
Oh, that didn't kill him outright. I just want to see if we can find Jehuti. And if we can, if he has any new dialogue. Godfather Al, yeah, first time you played AC Origins, you played it on Game Pass, which didn't have the DLCs. Yeah, it's a shame that Game Pass doesn't also include the... I mean, I know why, but it is a shame that they don't actually include that as part of the Game Pass.
Whoa.
This is the site where the Arton was lit.
What?
But Jehuti doesn't seem to be here anymore. Not having much luck with this DLC in terms of like trying to keep track of where characters are from quests and then go back and speak to them. But who knows where he ended up after that mission was finished. Ah well, can't be helped. Okay, so I've done Arten Rising. So next we're going to do the Heretic. And that, we need to go over this way. Fast travel there. I do the quests in a certain order to make sure that I'm doing certain things that are related to each other, closer together, instead of further apart. That's including side missions. And then some extra things that I want to do, like showing what happens to Sutek after the cutscene between him and Bayek and stuff. That happens later. Doing things in a certain order. Because it's very easy to get the final cutscene for the story of the DLC first, and then still have some main quests to do. So the way that I've organized the quests with the main and the side is to make sure that, in terms of like the final cutscene of the game, I'm actually getting the final cutscene of the game when it's actually at the end. But there's still some other stuff that I'll be doing after that, some side quest things. Okay, the Heretic. Isadora believes that consecrating his tomb to Amun will stop the heretic Akhenaten. Bayek must find the golden statue stolen by the Greek official Tikon. Having found the connection between the Aten and the relic, Bayek returns to Isadora with proof the curse is not Amun's will. There he discovers that only consecrating Akhenaten's tomb to the true god Amun will stop the heretic. To do this, he must find the golden statue of the Lord of Thebes, one of the many treasures stolen by the tomb robbers.
I must be careful now.
What?
Hey, who are you?
And now! Hey! You die!
I was hoping to see if there's any dialogue from him.
This day is your there!
You are dead. Stand up again. I will pin you.
Got him lined up!
Come climb away, dog.
I can take the shot!
Just camp up here for a bit. Godfather Al. Issue now is that it requires 70 gigabytes, but your SSD only has 60 gigabytes left. Oh no. It can be so annoying to having to uninstall things and all that kind of stuff as well. It's just like, ugh.
This place is it.
Free leap of fail. Hey there, troll. Welcome on in. Just install another SSD. Easy. That's true, I guess.
Clear the way.
I don't know if he has dialogue or not.
Curse be damned. That fool will get us all killed. Didn't you and he work together? Not for years. Jesus, a loathsome maggot who'd murder his own mother. And how is your mother these days?
Hurry!
That's different. She started it.
Raid free leap of fail. Troll, nice jump. That's all the dialogue this guy has. But yeah, so funny. I thought, oh, maybe Bayek will be able to make the jump.
Hey, stop!
Some kind of code about the artifacts they took from the Pharaoh's tombs. And this, Tikhon hides his stolen treasures at the Temple of Hatshepsut.
Tikhon's ledger, collar made of gold inlaid with turquoise, lapis lazuli, carnelian, shows Horus or maybe Khonsu, statues of goddess Hathor and the god Amun, various, serpent bracelet, gold, golden statue of Amun, stored in the temple of Hatshepsut, pectoral, large scarab beetle riding on a sacred bark and flanked by the goddesses Iset, bust of Nefertiti, bad copy. I'm not gonna drain you completely. You're gonna turn for me. You'll be my slave. You'll live for me. You'll eat bugs because I ordered. Why? Because I don't think you're worthy of human blood. You'll feed on the blood of stray dogs. You'll be my footstool, and at my command, you'll lick the dog shit from my boot heel. Since you'll be my dog, your new name will be Spot. Welcome to slavery. No thanks, I've already had a wife. Thank you for redeeming that as an Arnie impression, Dr. Darling. That famous scene from Dusk Till Dawn, the movie, with Salma Hayek as Santanico Pandemonium. Right, Akhenaten was weird. Aten, the god he was obsessed with, was actually the solar disk seen in depictions of Amun-Ra. For reference, that's like saying that an angel's halo is actually the real deal, and the angel itself doesn't matter. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, this idea of, having just one god, when there's multiple gods and goddesses in the mythology. Troll, great movie, by the way. It really, really is. I love that movie a lot. It's such a great vampire flick.
This area is off limits. to thee, maker of all, creator of existence, chief of the gods. Hail to thee, Amun-Ra, lord of all the thrones in the world. All these signs lead to Akhenaten being buried with the great pharaohs.
You are in my heart. There is no other who knows you, only your son Akhenaten, whom you have taught your ways and your might. Those on earth come from your hand as you made them. Thank you, Troll, for redeeming a random Red Dead 1 or 2 quote. Okay, so I've got a quote. Greetings, my good men. What would you say if I said immortality was at hand? What would you say if I told you I could teach you to fly? What would you say if I told you I could turn a man into a beautiful woman? Impossible? Yes, once, but no more. Gentlemen, I bring you wisdom from the East. I have here in this wagon some of the finest goods, the best medicines, and the newest inventions available for you and your families. Exotic trinkets from the far reaches of the earth. Elixirs that give vigor and strength. And, for you men of physical skill and athletic physique, this miraculous elixir can keep the muscles supple and relax the cords. It loosens the joints and gives a feeling of vigor and freshness to the whole system. Why, some men have reported to me that after drinking it for 1 month, they can chew through steel. That's from Red Dead Redemption 1. That's the snake oil merchant, Nigel West Dickens, and it's in the mission, The Assault on Fort Mercer. Thanks for redeeming that, Troll. Carbon crystal, so a diamond? I guess, maybe. Yeah, I'm not too sure, actually, what it's supposed to be. Let's see what the description of it says. Mainly found in military camps, these crystals resemble precious gems, and thus are often found in jewelry boxes.
Too much wine shortly.
Hey, what the... Hey, got you!
I see you.
Troll, could you imagine sitting at your table, having your morning coffee, and then some random dude just runs up on you, tackles you, and stabs you in the chest? What a way to go. Yeah, you're just minding your own business, enjoying your morning coffee. Ah, this coffee is great. It's one of my favorite things to drink every single time. And I can't wait until tomorrow morning to... and then gets killed. Reach the tomb of Akhenaten. Let's fast travel. Play it again, Thanos. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Okay, now that I've got that, just want to double check to see if we can speak to Isadora now and see if there's any updated dialogue from her. Hatshepsut was Egypt's first female pharaoh. There were no conquests during her time. Instead, Egypt received a fresh helping of delicate art and elegant temples. Alexandria was founded by Alexander the Great. In 331 BCE. I was saying at the start of the stream that I've reduced the output quality of the stream for this game to 720p in the hopes that it will prevent the audio out of sync issues that were happening. It may not. It might just be something that is inherent to the game while streaming directly from the PlayStation, you know. Troll, the first Pharaoh was a female, the last was also a female. Ah, well there you go. That's one way to bookend things. Troll Cleopatra was the last pharaoh of Egypt. Oh yeah. Where are you, Isadora? Hello. Right, Alexander built lots of cities, and he named all of them Alexandria.
Business around Hatshepsut's temple area.
Let's hope this thief keeps a record of his spoils.
Oh, we've already had that dialogue. Alright. Troll, well, until they got annoyed, named all of them Alexandria. A bit of a narcissist, if you ask me. Yeah, it's like, let's just name all the towns Alexandria and be done with it. It's just simple. Troll, well, until they got annoyed of him being a narcissist and poisoned him. Yeah, they were like, Alexander, we're sick of your shit. Here, have this drink. We promise it's in no way, shape or form poisoned. Any who would do ill to this tomb, may the crocodile be against them in water, and snakes against them on land. May the hippopotamus be against them in water, the scorpion against them on land. Troll did not get very old, only 32. Ah, damn. Akhenaten, he who challenged the gods. To a game of bowling. Troll. But yeah, that's for someone who, has some kind of legendary status, yeah, just died at 32. Huh. Raid was very good at conquering territory. Unfortunately, he wasn't very good at governing it. He's like, yeah, I've taken this place over. And so, how are you going to run it? I've got other places to take over. See ya.
Empty. I need to scatter the dust from Amun's statue somewhere else. I need to find more clues to the Aten.
Are you an instrument of misery?
Cause others pain, inflicted pain.
Pain, pain, suffering, pain. We hear their cries.
Is it you who do this?
Raid, but hey, he put the Ptolemies in charge of Egypt, so make of that what you will. He was just like, yeah, I'll let the Ptolemies take over. They'll just run it from here on in. That's right, Troll, yep. Bayek is tripping balls again. In a new afterlife. Nice one, Raid. Pain, is it? Pain. Pain! Nothing is true. Everything is pain. Good one, Troll.
I promise to consecrate this tomb to Amun. I can start by defiling this vision of Akhenaten. The ceremony in the farmlands. Jehuti believed the statues contained Akhenaten's spirit. Maybe destroying them will release it.
Okay, I just need to check something. Alright, I think what I might do, I think from memory, if you try and do the Gods or Creed quest completely, it won't let you complete it until you've dealt with the heretic. So what I'll just do is deal with that side quest in this afterlife after we actually finish the main quest that's here. and we fight the heretic. Just make a note for myself. The next time, do after main. There we go. Troll, this place is very pretty though. That is true. Yeah, I like each one of the afterlives. The way that they make them so very, very different to one another. All the different color palettes and stuff as well that they use. Raid also, he doesn't have the same legacy as Catherine the Great, who according to legend died while having relations with a horse. Not true, by the way. Ah. Jeez. Troll, true. Instead she died from a stroke on the toilet. What a not so great way to go out. Joel, you could live here. Just imagine living in a place where time doesn't exist because you're living in eternity. Yeah, Godfather. Valhalla is 160 gigabytes. Oh yeah, dude. Like the amount of content that they added to that, all the updates, all the DLC, it's just a big, massive undertaking. Like, holy shit, you know. It's I mean, I get it. How there's people who love massive games, but I mean, for me, that's just too giant of a game. Like, could you imagine doing 100% playthroughs of that game like every year? Like, I couldn't do that. I'm not even going to do like. There's so much content that has been added now that the 100% playthrough I did when the game first came out would probably only be like a 50% of the game done, maybe, if that. Joel, yeah, that game is huge. You never finished it. Yeah, I mean, there's so much content in it. Like, it's understandable if people don't, play it to the end and finish it. Raid, Akhenaten did try building his own city during his reign. Wasn't terribly successful, mostly because everyone hated him because they were overworked. Oh, yeah, that definitely is understandable. But they would have that reaction if they were overworked. The resentment that they would have.
The rays of the Aten. They are pointing to the statues of the heretic Pharaoh. The false idols need to be destroyed.
Troll, they did not even add him walking on water here. Weak move game. Now that would be cool. To just be walking on the water. It's like, what a big landmass this is. Oh well, just walk on the water. I mean, just what a big mass of water this is. I'll just walk on it, you'll be fine. So I started the stream earlier today because I knew that there's a lot of content to get through, and also checking in with characters after missions are finished adds a lot of time on top. Haven't really had much luck in this DLC with going back and speaking to characters after missions are finished. There's been some where I've missed them because I concentrate on the wrong character, not knowing which one would actually leave, because you can't actually tag more than one thing in this game, unfortunately. Raid, oh no, the birds. You forgot about the birds with the big giant human heads. Paper Phil, thank you so much for the follow. Raid, the noises the birds make. Must be related to Susan in some way because they're so damn annoying. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm not doing them in this playthrough. That's not what that was. Hey there, Wicked. Welcome on in. How's it going? Well, you know the bird is the word. That is true. The bird is the word is the bird, 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 word. I don't really know how all the lyrics go, but... Hey. How dare you be here? How dare you be here, Bayek?
Keep an eye out. Must die.
Ray, whenever you hear surfing bird, the first thing that comes to your mind is that bit in Family Guy. Which bit in Family Guy? I've only seen a few episodes of that show. Probably the early episodes, I think. That's the new.
Huh?
What the fuck? Wicked, the whole episode where jam that song most of the time. Oh, was it Wicked? Oh, that's cool. It's really good when there's music that's very memorable in something. Ray, there's a bit in Family Guy where Peter dances to Surfing Bird. It's one of the iconic moments of the show, like the bit where Peter hurts his knee or the chicken fights. Ah, I got you now. Yeah. But no, I remember the knee thing. Like, I remember that. And I remember the thing about the chicken fight. But yeah, not the Surfing Bird one. Oh, thank you, Ray, for clipping that. Wicked, so Bayek is related to Michael Jordan. Got it. That's true. Michael Jordan must be a descendant of Bayek. Alright, one more symbol to destroy. There is a side quest here, but I'm going to do the side quest after we deal with the Pharaoh, because if you try and do it before that point, the game will just point you to going to fight the Pharaoh. It will be like, yeah, we know you've been doing this side quest, but to finish it, you need to actually fight the Pharaoh first. So I'll do all this first, fight the Pharaoh, and then I'll do that side quest, Gods or Creed.
That is where it ends. At the temple.
I'll kill you.
Thank you so much for clipping that, Raid. I absolutely had no idea what actually triggered it, how it happened, but thank you so very much. Bayek would be amazing for basketball. I love the name of it too. Thanks for clipping that. So it was how I hit the symbol that made Bayek actually do that jump. Alright, time to fight another Pharaoh. Actually, first, I can craft some stuff.
By Ra's light.
Alright, let's dance.
The great god dies. And the Aten is taken up by his successor. Was he ever a god? Or only a mortal?
There we go. That is Aten taken care of. Okay, so there's a side quest that I want to do now. I'll be able to do the whole quest from start to finish now. If you start the quest before defeating Aten,
You will pay, corpse.
You can do it to a point, but then the game won't let you proceed further in the quest until you finish the main quest. So to save time, there was no point initiating it before dealing with the main quest.
Achayin weden nechabet es, and chamet nesu wedet nefer ra.
Wash the scales from my eyes! Do not take them! They are my sole comfort! Have these shrouded ones sent you to me?
What happened to you, Neb?
I grieve for the true gods. This is my crime. Are you the Lord of Thebes?
I will return you home.
Home? It lies southwest of the bridge, but my hearth is dark, with the lioness fled.
Gods or creed, trapped in an eternity where the sole god reigns, a man struggles to remember the old divine ones. An old man is tortured by visions from gods he cannot remember, a hawk lying amongst the lost treasures, a cat drowning amongst the false idols, and the ibis trapped in the jaws of a great beast. If Bayek can find the idols of the old gods, then perhaps he can relieve Hui's suffering. So like the side quest in the other afterlife, where you had two lovers separated because she had actually died fighting for justice, and so she was granted the status of warrior in the afterlife and was to fight for Anubis until such time as she had done out, her time as a warrior. And Bayek reuniting the two together, it's another example of the Piece of Eden in creating these illusions of the afterlife for Bayek is also looking into his and, by extension, Aya's, deepest subconscious, And so those two characters that are reunited after all that time, after the fighting is done, is part of Bayek's hope that after everything is done, that he and Aya can return to being, husband and wife and living out their life in peace in that way, So this particular side quest is one where, as we get each of the idols, Bayek will make a comment about certain things of his and Aya's life, and it's these kinds of things that are the desires and the memories and all that kind of stuff as well. Raid might also be reaching to other people's memories to shape these afterlives. Exactly, Raid. Yeah, like a collective sort of like illusion about the whole thing. Yeah, that definitely would make sense as well. But yeah, that's essentially what these side quests in this DLC are sort of like, looking at. Hey there, Shin. How's things been?
Why were you imprisoned, Neb?
Titans standing upon the shoulders of men. I speak of things they have forgotten. A black-beaked ibis. A cawing hawk.
Some memory haunts you.
The quick claws of the cat. The sun sears my eyes. It should not blaze so.
Hush, old man. You are nearly home.
Hey there, Zixlar. Morning to you as well. How's things? Raid, your guess is that these afterlives are simulations in the grey working in synergy with Isadora's apple. The Pharaoh's tombs were probably just built around old precursor sites. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing too, you know, like the Isu side of things. Like, we do know that even though the Isu weren't actually gods, that cultures after the catastrophe, any remnants of them, they looked to them as gods, and that's what they considered them to be. They actually weren't, but, you know, it's just what they were considered to be. And so with all these precursor sites around the world, because that's the thing, that like millions upon millions of locations around the world, because the planet itself did not destruct and then get put back together again or something. It's one of those things to explain why all these shifts around the planet actually happened to form continents and places that we know now today. The AC Universe's explanation for all that was that the catastrophe that almost wiped out every single Isu and human on the entire planet caused these shifts, and so you have all these like the tectonic plates moving and all that kind of stuff, earthquakes and floods and, you know, things like that. And all the temples and everything that were built, that the Isu had built, were either completely destroyed or just basically hidden in rubble or submerged in water, you know, all that kind of stuff. Shin, could be better. You can't find Bailey's Irish Cream Coffee Creamer. Ah, damn, Shin. I hate when stuff like that happens, where there's something that you really want to get, but you just can't find where it is. Hey, Mr. Epic. Good morning, good evening, or good night. That definitely covers all the bases, just in case, Mr. Epic. How's things going for you today? Rage, you doubt the solar flare was intense enough to move the continents around. Well, I mean, maybe not the sole cause of it, but it would have created some kind of, you know, upheaval. But the main point I'm making is that all these things that happened in real life with the planet are explainable in the AC universe, because that's just the nature of things. And that solar flare would have done, you know, a lot of damage, but it wouldn't have caused every single thing that was there that had gone wrong or anything like that. It's not the cause of all the volcanoes and all that, of course, but would have had some impact. Mr. Epic, did you get the reference? Yeah, that's from The Truman Show, isn't it? Right, the continents haven't really moved much in the past 80,000 years. Well, that's fair enough. But yeah, I guess my point about all that was that things happened to the Earth which caused these temples to not all be standing upright, you know, and you know, seeable and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like you look at Atlantis, you know, and that was an actual location and spot, whereas Elysium and the Underworld are not. And Atlantis being a real place in the AC universe that existed, it got submerged by water. That's right, Mr. Epic. Yeah, so it was cool. Excellent. Yeah, I haven't seen that movie in full.
Immense, shining, you rise high over every land. Thy rays encircle the lands to the limit of all you have made. Darkness is the shroud, and our land is in stillness.
Dr. Darling, 80,000 years is nothing. I guess, unless someone said you are trapped in a room and have no internet for 80,000 years, I think that would be a long time. Raid, even 10 million years ago, the world looked pretty much the same as it does now. I see, Raid, yeah. Shin, you did not hear my response to your comment. Well, hopefully you can find the coffee creamer.
What is eluding you, Neb?
Who do you honor? Your family, your gods?
I still honor the gods.
Then you are blessed. Each moment they fade a little further into shadow. Only in the inky hours do they come. Tenebrous, hidden, but they whisper as I sleep.
They send you dreams. What do they say?
The Chaos Water Swallow too? The Blue Hawk lies with the forgotten treasures. The Black Cat gasps for air with the old idols. The Green Ibis flaps his great wings, but he cannot escape the jaws of the Bloodless Titan.
I will help you remember.
Why do you not speak? Has he cut out your tongues? Why do you not speak? Has he cut out your tongues? Why do you not speak? Has he cut out your tongues?
Alright, so let's go for the Hawk. The Blue Hawk lies with the forgotten treasures. Bayek must help Hui and find the statues to the old gods. The heretic's afterlife has banished all remnants of the old gods, but they will not rest. Bayek searches for the forgotten statue of the Hawk amongst the forgotten treasures of Arton. Mr. Epic, one would think that the almighty Isu, who could look and talk to the future and also who knew the catastrophe was coming, would, find a way to save themselves. Well, that's the whole point of the scenes in AC3 where you have Juno talking about the methods that they tried to use to actually stop that from happening. So it wasn't that they were just sitting on their ass not doing anything about it. They were trying to come up with ways of doing it. And the other thing is they got distracted along the way because of the rebellion that the humans did against them as well. So there's also that factor. And I mean, war can definitely make things that could have evolved at a certain rate either slow down or sometimes speed up, I guess. So there's that as well. But yeah, these were all the methods that they were trying to do. There's just multiple different ones that they were trying. Running, millions upon millions upon millions upon millions upon millions upon millions of calculations to try and find the one path that would actually, lead to certain outcomes. And Juno decided to take the approach of trying to get her husband to be reborn, and all that kind of stuff.
Singular God, there is no other like thee. You created the world concordant with your wish. You created that which walks on the cobbles, strides on the sands. You created that which plunges in the oceans, dives in the rivers. You created that which soars in the welkin, brushes against the sky.
Mr. Epic, you're telling me not even one Isu survived? Yeah. I mean, the catastrophe didn't wipe out every single Isu on the planet, and it didn't wipe out every human, but it severely reduced the numbers of both to a point where there were actually more humans left than there were Isu as well. Shin, Pangaea was about 300 million years ago. Now that is a long time ago. Lucas, yeah, why won't you speak? It's like, yeah, come on, Bayek. Rage, you probably cut his tongue out because he's annoying. Just like happened to Gupta. Dr. Darling, 10 million years ago, Australia was south of India, so you doubt that. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it might be outdated, but I could have sworn that there were shifts that happened to cause certain, land masses to join together that weren't actually joined together before and stuff. But maybe I just was wrong. I don't know. I just play video games. Which is just a catchphrase for, I don't really know a whole lot about the intricacies of history, of geography, of geology, of mathematics, of history, of science and technology. I'm just like, I just know what I know.
Got you.
Mr. Epic, they have technology to see in the future and make themselves reincarnate and also stop the aging process. They knew which temples would survive. Why not freeze themselves? Well, I don't know if they knew how to stop the aging process. Because you've got to remember that when you see Minerva talking, it's not a physical manifestation of Minerva, for example, that's talking to Desmond or talking to Ezio. It's a projected message that they're projecting into the future and trying to communicate with certain characters that exist long after they're dead, but in such a way where the technology is so advanced that they can, interact as well in real time and all that kind of stuff. But we see in Valhalla that Minerva doesn't instantly get the connection correct, or the message doesn't get 100% done. It's like trying to tune in the frequency of a radio. Like, we see that she tries to communicate with someone from the future, and she leaves the chamber, and then we hear Ezio go, is someone there, or something like that. Or hello, or something like that. But we know from AC2 that she eventually does get the message out to Ezio and actually is speaking to him. It's just that she hadn't got the calculations 100% right yet. And that's all the thing that's going on with that stuff.
Hemo would often speak of Senu as my Horus. Papo, a keen eye protects you.
I love these reflections upon Khemu and all that. Right, there were Isu that survived, but there were so few left that they ended up being absorbed into the human gene pool. Yeah, well that's it, not every single one of them was wiped out completely. There were still some that were left after the catastrophe. The cat. The black cat gasps for air with the old idols. The gods fade from Hui hour by hour. Perhaps the idols will help him remember. Akhenaten's afterlife is dedicated to the sole god, but not all have embraced the new world order. So he can help Hui find solace in the old gods, Bayek seeks the black cat in the murky waters of the Aten. Dr. Darling, it wasn't a response to something you said. Oh yeah, no, that's fair enough. No, it was just that I could have sworn that there was some differences that happened with the planet, that it wasn't exactly the same all throughout history without any changes happening. Right, there's only one known device that can stop aging, the Staff of Hermes, and as far as we know, there was only one ever built. Yeah. Well, that's it. if you have that staff when you're 20, you will always look 20 as long as you have the staff in your possession. If you get it when you're 60, you will always look 60. You know, so whatever age you are when you actually obtain the staff is how old you will look for the rest of the time you actually have the staff on you. Which is why when Cassandra gets the staff, she looks the same age all up until 2018, for example. Mr. Epic, the staff of Hermes and the Shroud have those abilities, so they had the technology. Yeah, I mean, they did have the tech for that kind of stuff, but it wasn't a widespread thing. Not every Isu had a Shroud of Eden that they could use, and all that kind of stuff. And there's always going to be gaps in things, because they haven't plotted out a year-by-year timeline of every single event that has happened in the entire series from the beginning of the Isu's existence up until present time. So there's definitely going to be like room for interpretation, but also room for them to add so much stuff in if they want, you know, all that kind of stuff. Because if they all had the Shroud of Eden, then they all would have survived and still would have lived, but they didn't. Same with the staff. They didn't. The staff, there was only one that could do that. If they all had that staff, then they all would have survived up until, you know, forever.
Cat drowns. Cat drowns. The ship sank carrying statues of the old gods. Aya kept a small charm of Bastet, the invisible paw, when she had her morning sickness.
So there's another example of a memory that Bayek has that is related to what the Apple of Eden is projecting in the illusion. What it's like, you know, drawing upon and stuff. The Ibis. The green Ibis flaps his great wings, but he cannot escape the jaws of the bloodless Titan. Bayek must retrieve the god's image from a great beast. The heretic, the living Aten, has outlawed the worship of the old gods. Bayek looks for the Ibis, held captive in the jaws of a great and terrible beast roaming Akhenaten's afterlife. Mr. Epic, they never did anything with the Shroud and the clone thing, did they? How could you just stop with such a good storyline? Another thing wasted? Yeah, I think that got finished off in the comics. I think the experiment that was being done by Grammatica to essentially recreate an Isu from the ground up was successful. Or there was something in that which allowed Juno to actually have a physical body again, before she ultimately got killed by Desmond's son, who was actually Aita reborn. Yet again. So yeah, I think they finished all that off in the comic book.
The bloodless Titan. Forgive me, Sobek. I must slay your son.
All part of, like, the Phoenix project that Abstergo were working on.
Now I can restore the gods to Kui, Thoth. Bade Iset, fear not. I have come from heaven to heal the child for his mother. That was not our truth. I hope these likenesses of the gods soothe Kui.
That was not our truth. Man, simple words, but you know the you know the meaning behind them, and you know what Bayek's referring to, and you can feel the emotions of what he's referring to, you know. Mr. Epic, it's not that Ubisoft didn't have good story directions, they just drop it when it finally gets interesting for reasons you just don't understand. Yeah, it can be a mess, but yeah, sometimes they do so because they want to finish it off in a comic book run, or novels. Or they just leave things open-ended, so just in the hopes that maybe they'll do something with it, but then they, you know what I mean? It's just, it all becomes a big mess. Even messier when trying to, you know, figure it all out and piece things together and stuff. Now they have something good going with Basim, but I'm afraid they'll drop it because of the Infinity Launcher. Oh yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, Mr. Epic, if they drop that. Moving forward, it seems all present-day content will be in the Animus Hub. So the chances of playing as Basim again are probably very, 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 very slim. Because every decision now is Ubisoft Quebec's. They have full control over everything now in the series. What they say now goes. But yeah, all these remakes they're doing, I wouldn't be surprised if they retcon some bits of story and stuff to match what they want to do, or to justify their changes that they want to make. My attitude is like, fine, have the series. As I said, like my approach to the series is, if I never play any of the new games ever again, so be it. I'm happy with the games that I do enjoy, that I play. You know, but if there is a game that comes out that I do actually like the look of, and I do like what they do with the story and all that kind of stuff, then, you know, I'd play it. But that's on a game-by-game basis, not on a, I'll just do it because I'm a fan of the series kind of thing. But yeah, if I have to abandon the new upcoming games for the next 10 years, so be it.
Yes. I remember him. Lord of the Hidden Sun. Amun-Ra! You think you betray your past, Bayek?
This path you walk now, the tenets you live by, they are within us all. We too value the innocent. We too long for peace. If you desire peace, Bayek, accept it. There is an inscription here. Thoth, revealer of the hidden, soul of the becoming, scribe of the 9 gods. As a boy, the priests would make us pray to him for wise counsel. Thoth seldom granted it to me. Horus, Lord of the Sky. Khemu would beg and beg me to tell him the story of Set and Horus. How they turned themselves into hippopotamus to see who could remain underwater the longest. The goddess Bastet. Epsifa told me a story of a Persian king who turned the tide of battle. He ordered her image painted upon his soldiers' shields, and our men refused to fight.
Mr. Epic, you understand Valhalla nearly broke you. You hope Shadows is good, but you never know. This is true. Yeah. I mean, the series has been going on for a long time now, and I'm sure it will continue to go on, but there's just so many different things that they could potentially do that could be good, but could be bad as well, you know, and you think about long-running series where it's just, it loses its kind of like allure, or it loses its direction, you know, and it just becomes something that you don't really feel like investing a lot of time and effort into anymore, you know, those sorts of things. But yeah, as I said, like if there's a game that comes out in the series that I like the look of, and I like what happens in the story, and you know, there's a lot of things that it does well and all that kind of stuff, then I definitely will play it. But if it doesn't meet those requirements, then I won't play it. And it doesn't matter, you know. If there's any information that I need to know for anything that follows on from it that could end up being good, then I just need to know the information. I don't need to play that game before it to get the information. You know what I mean? Like, let's say they did a game and the story was shit. I didn't like the characters. I didn't like the game at all. But the next game had a much better story, but I needed to know what happened in the previous game. I don't have to play that previous game to know. I can just look up and see what the story was about and then go, right, okay. And then go into the new game that I do like the look of, that I do think is good, and be like, right, okay, I've got that information from the game that was terrible, and I understand what's going on in this new game that follows on from it, you know. So it's just a wait and see approach and take it game by game and all that kind of stuff. So that is that done. And the next part, Curse of the Pharaohs Part 2. Alright, so this is where it can get tricky. Because you have a quest called Blood in the Water, and in my notes I've put do not complete once you speak to Tahamet. So I think that is where it can end up going straight to the final cutscene of the story, ultimately. Not directly, but... So what I think I will do instead is go and have a look. We'll go out of here. Blood in the Water. Let's see where that quest is. That's burnt offerings. Master of the Secret Things. Alright, so I think... Hang on, where was that side quest? It said, with Tikon dead, Bike discovers another is seeking the relic. Bike travelled south from Thieves to Soenet in Yabu Nome. Mr. Epic, there's one game you hyped for. It's called Bleach. It's based off a really good anime you watched after 13 years. They finally made a new one. You're so happy seeing it. Ah, so it'd been years since they made a game on it, was it? Well, that's good. I hope that it lives up to your expectations on it. Actually, I think I need to just speak with Isadora. As I said, it doesn't lead directly to the end of the DLC, but I need to get the Blood in the Water quest to activate.
Precision gerecht.
Nefertiti and Akhenaten are no more. I defeated them in the Duat.
You have seen the land of the dead, yet still live.
No. It was a trick of the mind. I walked through the field of reeds, felt the breeze against my skin, but I was never there. I doubt I ever will be.
Never doubt it. I do not need to know what you have done to know that there is a way. I will help you find it.
The Aten. Akhenaten passed it to his successors. It could have been stolen from any of their tombs.
I hear Tikhon's funeral is taking place soon. Did his ledger reveal anything else? He knew the tombs quite well.
No. Irsu, the Baal that robbed Nefertiti's tomb, did say he was working with others, but... well...
What happened? Is he dead? Soldiers coming. Please, you should not be seen. Here.
Priestess, a question. We have been investigating a ring of unsanctioned tomb robbers. Imagine my surprise when our prime suspect turns up dead. I know you had your differences, so tell me, priestess, who killed Tikhon?
Tikhon? Was he not one of yours? A comrade of your strategos? Perhaps one of his allies grew tired of sharing the profits of the desecrated tombs. Did you find a dagger in his back? There are many who wished his death. How will you narrow your search?
Steer clear of Tikhon's funeral. Do a thorough search. See what she is hiding.
You don't really think the god's wife of Amun is involved, do you?
There's nothing here but prayer scrolls.
She is neck deep. I know it. Find the evidence.
Look sharp. We can't return empty-handed.
Dr. Darling, hi, precision, Gareth. Absolutely. He's back with the high precision. So there we go. that is Bayek explaining why, or rather explaining what is actually going on with the afterlife. So he's not literally visiting afterlife. It's a trick of the mind. The vacuum for the leap of faith wasn't as wide as I was expecting it to be. Sometimes the answer that people are looking for to explain something in a game is literally in the game.
We're innocent. You there! Stop!
The guards here are vigilant.
Hey!
Their slavish mourning leaves me time to search his villa. The Strategos men have already been through here. What did they miss? Tikhon's papers are undisturbed.
Die, maggots! Eat this, you shit! Where are you? So strong! Hang on. The end has come for you.
Treasures from the Pharaohs. Quite a hoard. What is this? Someone else is looking for the relic. So, who are you, Lotus? The ship docked in Swenet. That is my next port of call. I should find the scribe's office. The manifest might tell me who the ship belongs to.
Alright, so let's go back to the temple and see if we can interact with Isadora, if that dude and his lackeys are actually gone or not. Okay, so that blood in the water quest that comes up, in my notes, I've put, Under Blood in the Water do not complete once you speak to Tahamet. Because if I complete it, then it leads ultimately to the end of the DLC, way before I've even done the other main quests. Hey there, Vinman. How's things going?
Pernachte, hiert en Berg.
Oh, that's great, Vinman. Glad to hear that you're going good. Just going to this location to see if I can speak with a character, Isadora. Last time we were here, there were enemies.
hen gerriet. Zoek het jago. Hier heb we in.
Right position.
Bitman, you need a opinion on something about game design. Oh, okay, so what is it?
Simba out. شعرت
Bitman, you know games that have weapons and items that have a plus after their name? Would a max of plus 10 make sense? If each plus 1 is a half a star, plus 10 would equal a 5-star weapon or item. So items that have a plus after their name, would a max of plus 10 make sense? If each plus 1 is half a star, would plus 10 equal a 5-star weapon or item. Can I phone a friend? No. Can I ask the audience 50-50? Like Dark Souls. Yeah, I mean, I'm not too knowledgeable about games that have, like, you know, stat-based stuff, like times 10 and all that kind of stuff. Like, might understand the basics of it, but does plus 10 as the max make sense? Well, I mean, I would assume that if you put plus after a number, it means that it could be that number and higher to an infinite amount. But yeah, I don't know how you would. I mean, I guess.
Bob is a very pious man. We could not hope for a better guardian of the faith.
I've already heard that dialogue. But yeah, I mean, I could be wrong, but yeah, if someone was to say that you can get plus 10 plus damage on this thing, I'd be like, oh, so I could get 10 damage, or it could be 20, or it could be 50, or it could be 100. Bimman, maybe a bit, plus 999 seems a bit excessive. Yeah, I mean, I guess that would be excessive. Okay, so I don't know where Isadora has gone, but she's not anywhere that I can see. The reason I'm not bothering with that Pharaoh's Shadow is because the Pharaoh's Shadow that the DLC wants you to take care of before you actually fight Ramesses, if you take care of that Pharaoh's Shadow earlier than that point, the game won't count it as already done. You'll have to do another. You'll have to fight another Ramesses Shadow after that point. So that's why I'm not bothering with this one that's appearing. I did that once. I was like, oh, if I take care of this Pharaoh's Shadow now, then surely when I get up to the point where it wants me to do it, it'll say, oh, this has already been done. But nope, the game was like, you still need to go and find that same Pharaoh's Shadow again, and then fight them again. Hey Schiller, it's going good, thank you, dude. Things are going well, how about yourself? I mean, it's an upgrade level, basically, like you upgrade a weapon 10 times to get a plus 10, but you get it.
Perhaps one of his allies grew tired of sharing the profits of the desecrated tombs. Did you find a dagger in his back? There are many who wished his death.
Well, here's Isadora, but she's spouting dialogue she's already said.
Steer clear of Tikhon's funeral. Do a thorough search. See what she is hiding.
Alright, so let's deal with these guys this time.
What are you doing here?
Alright, so now that I've taken care of them, and they're out of the picture, where did Isadora go to now? She was literally just there, and now I don't know where she's gone again. There she is. Alright. Oh. Okay, Senu. Help me out here. Alright. Let's see if after I change time, the mark for where she is will still stay on the screen. Thank you, Vinman, for redeeming the random Assassin's Creed quote. Hey there, Inmita. Welcome on in. How's things going? Sheila, you're going good. You just got up, getting ready for your only appointment this week. Oh, nice. I'm glad you're going good. Hope you had a good sleep. And hope that the appointment goes well. And that's cool that you've only got one appointment this week to deal with. That's cool. Maestro Machiavelli, Cesare has returned to Roma alone. He rides for the Castel Sant'Angelo. Grazie. Well, the decision is yours, not mine. Niccolo, you'd better not stop telling me what you think. Why else would I seek the opinion of my most trusted advisor? Go kill them, Mentore. Finish what you started. Good advice. That's a conversation between Machiavelli and Ezio from Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Thanks for redeeming that, Vinman. Enmita, you're going good. You just started work, but you're feeling a little bit sleepy. Ah, I see, Enmita. Well, hopefully you can wake up, a bit more as well. I hope that work goes good too. As for me, I'm going good. We're doing more of this DLC, and as far as I'm aware, so far there hasn't been an out-of-sync issue. I reduced the stream output for this game to 720p to just see if that would do anything. So fingers crossed it actually solved the issue. Then what weapons are you using? So I've got Bayek with the Ultima Blade that you get from the crossover quest with Final Fantasy. And the shield I've got is the Zedric one that you get from that quest as well. But the only reason I have them is because I like the stats for them. I like the critical hit rate, adrenaline regeneration, and health for critical from the sword. And the range resistance, damage absorption rate, and bleeding on block from the shield. Work is quiet at the moment. And Mita, oh, that is good. Absolutely. And thank you. Yeah. Be good to get through the rest of this content without having the audio issue happen. Now that we've dealt with that captain that was here, let's see if Isadora now has different dialogue. Today is the day that I do 2 separate streams, so once this stream's finished, I'll take a break and then come back with another one later on. But I'm still going to be streaming for a little bit yet, before that break. Okay, so that answers my question. Nothing from Isadora. Alright, so blood in the water. With Tikon dead, Bayek discovers another is seeking the relic. He heads to Swanet in search of the ship belonging to the mysterious Lotus. The net around the tomb robbers is closing. As the corrupt Greek official Tikon lies dead in the courtyard of his house, Bayek tries to discover what he knew about the relic. What he finds is years of organized thievery and desecration, and another who is on the trail of the orb. Bayek's only lead is a ship, Manifest, and the Seeker's name, the Lotus. So there will come a point in this quest, Blood in the Water, where we speak to Tahamet. And I've got a note for that mission to not complete the quest after we speak to her. Bimman, you love Final Fantasy. Your favorite is Final Fantasy X, then XV, then 7, and finally 13. I mean, there's so many games now, too, in that series as well. But that's good that you enjoy those games. Troll Smoke on the Water. I mean, Blood in the Water. Good one. Nice play on the lyrics from the Smoke on the Water song. Women, XV is 15 and X is 10. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes I don't have the, what's the word? The motivation to analyze and dissect stuff. So when I was reading that out, my brain was like, I can't brain at the moment of what XV and V is, so I'll just say the letters.
Why do they not punish the desecrators? We have done nothing wrong.
My heart is light. I am a good husband, a good father.
So you say, but I do not steal from the tombs, disturb the rest of our great ancestors.
You think I do?
Place looks deserted. Where could he have gone?
Ooh, and you are?
Looking for the scribe.
You and half of Yebu. But no one has seen him since yesterday.
I need to find him.
Well, are you not strong and masterful? But why would I know where he is? I am only the one who pays his wages. Wait. I cannot bear to see anyone so crestfallen. Try the hunter's village. He has a taste for exotic meat, if you know what I mean.
No, I don't.
Hippo, silly! Or maybe he headed to the papyrus village for more paper.
Thank you, Neb.
No, thank you, Neb. And if you do find him, tell him he's fired.
Let's see if we can speak to that character later. Troll, it's basically a 10 minus 1, not 9 plus 1, like we do today, which is interesting. Yeah, when you look at the order in which they put the Roman numerals, determines whether or not it's less or more than what you would think it is. Then when you personally plan on getting a of Hearth and Home tattoo within the next year, for Hearth and Home. Oh, I got you, Bimban. What's that actually from? Like, I've heard it, but I can't remember what it's from. And Mita, you were watching a video explaining why Duncan Walpole was the worst Master Assassin? Oh, and how was it, Enmita? Because, I've never really thought about that character in that way. You know what I mean? Like, it's always interesting what videos people come up with. Troll, L is 50, C is 100, and D is 500, and M is 1000. Yeah, in Roman numerals. LCD. And M. Hey there, Thomas. Detroit become Thomas. All of Detroit is now Thomas. Hey there. How's it going, Thomas? Welcome. And it's from Kingsglaive, Final Fantasy 15, the prequel movie before 15 story starts. Ah, okay. Troll, nothing is true. Everything is Hippo. All the time. Every time. In Mita, they were saying that he was arrogant and always got in trouble with his fellow assassins. Oh, yeah. I think I remember reading in his database entry. Something to that effect, maybe. Thomas, it's too hot already and it's only 9 AM. You'll probably die today. Oh, well, hopefully not, Thomas. That is crazy. It's only 9 AM and it's already too hot. I hate the heat. Except, when it's cold. Of course. When it's cold, heat is good. But when it's hot, heat is not good.
Signs of a struggle. This doesn't look good for the scribe. Or the manifest. Bandits ambushed him. I need that manifest. They must have taken his belongings to their camp. I should be cautious around here.
Hey, what?
This is the Lotus ship. Says it docked south of Yebu. Hopefully it is still there.
Swenet ship manifest. Merchant for Luca, a moon's bounty, carrying pelts and wine to Alexandria. Merchant ship unmarked, docked south of Yebu. The Lotus? Merchant for Luca, pride of Sobek, grain, honey, wool. Vinman is basically an oath to protect and care for one's home, family and friends. That's definitely a good sentiment to actually have. And Mita, same here. It's too hot and you leave work at 3 PM, the hottest hour. Oh, wonderful. Just what you don't need. I mean, I do like warm weather, but when it starts to go too high in the temps, I get irritated, can't concentrate properly, and feel uncomfortable, which is not a good combination, especially if you're trying to do something.
Whoa. Pottery. Very fine craftsmanship. Looks like it has already been boarded. They left the precious cargo untouched, looking for information, not profit. Pieces of broken relics. They tortured the sailors for information. Someone tried to throw him overboard. Scattered papers and contracts for valuable artifacts.
Lotus's orders. 70 amphora of Lotus wine must reach Thebes intact. If I find out that your men have been dipping into my stocks, I will flog you for every mouthful that is missing. The Lotus. Then another under it you're going to get is Ben Parker's quote of Spider-Man. With great power comes great responsibility. That's definitely a really good quote, Binman. Oh yeah. Thomas, with great power comes Gary. It's Gary, man. Nice one, Thomas. I like it. It really is in Mita. Yeah, I do like this investigation music in this game too, as well. Like, it's very sort of like, it's got a little bit of a mysteriousness to it as well, which definitely fits.
A lot of blood. Someone dragged a body towards the edge of the deck. But where did it end up? In the water? A distraction, maybe. There was a fight here, but someone dragged a body overboard to try and create a distraction. Did they make it to the shore?
Those...
Those brutes are nothing but trouble. Killing innocent merchants now.
I am not sure that Lotus is innocent, but they can do what they want. No one would dare defy them.
They run the relic smuggling ring in Yebu.
Everyone is a thief and a liar. The smugglers, the soldiers, all lining their pockets with blood money.
Joel, first you get the money, then you get the power, then you get the women. But what if you get them in the reverse order? Or in a different order? Does that destroy the space-time continuum, creating an alternate reality where the fabric of all existence is undone?
That scallywag made off with my horse.
Someone stole your horse. Did they come from the ship?
Yes. Some rust-haired demon. Slithered from the river like an otter. Stole Ganymede and rode off towards the smuggler's village.
And your clothes?
A man cannot even have a refreshing swim without thieves and vagabonds setting upon him. Now, what am I supposed to do?
Pray to Sobek to return your robes.
Need to try and remember where these people are, just in case we can get dialogue with them later. Alright, so they're on that island not far from Mooncursor Village. Troll, pretty sure Scarface would be very unhappy and make you meet his little friend. Be like, you have failed us all.
I will head to the moon.
Sutek? Of course. How many more red-headed thieves are out there?
Thief? I'm no thief, Bayek.
Ah, your uncle's auction. That fisherman's horse.
When you put it that way...
I know you are on this ship. Who owns it?
Troubled dogs my every step. Am I responsible for those desecrators? Can I help it if one was my blood, another pays my wage?
The ship, Sutek.
Ah, yes. Now that was an adventure. I was doing important work when we were boarded. Of course, the crew panicked. Me, I was cool as a breeze at the oasis. They were shouting for Merty to come out, but she was never on board.
Wait, the merchant woman?
They searched the whole ship, killed anyone who got in their way. Until they found the captain. Dragged him out, kicking and cursing. Killed his men in front of him until he told them where she was. I was the only survivor. Crocodiles below me, soldiers everywhere. I made my epic escape.
By throwing a dead man in the water to distract the beasts. Now we have established your heroism. Where is Merty?
Probably at her villa west of Yebu, the House of the Blue Lotus. It's by the pretty waterfalls. I could come with you, fight by your side.
I will find her. And you, keep out of trouble.
Of course, of course. I wonder, how would someone become a smuggler? I am asking for a friend.
Sure you are, Sutek. Asking for a friend, yeah. He'll love his logic. Okay, so he's in the Mooncursor Village. Now, before I go to that spot, I want to go back to this character that I've marked on the map, just to see if he has any dialogue. now or after the quest is finished. In Meta, you tried Splinter Cell, by the way. It was running well on your gaming laptop. Oh, excellent. That's great. That's really good. Because, yeah, that game, I struggled to get it to work really, really well with mine. So that's great. And Meta.
See you dead.
How is it? Garsucha! Erhawi, neb imenet redat.
It felt a bit weird to go back to an old game, though. You got used to playing new games. It definitely can be, like, it's just crazy. So many things that have changed that when you're so used to that, and then you go back to a much older game, it can feel really, really weird. Also has this bit of surreal kind of aspect to it. But it brought back memories of when you used to play old games. Oh, very nice. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of games that, yeah, they might look bad in comparison to the quality of how graphics can be today, but sometimes they had a certain charm that can be overlooked. Alright, so this guy doesn't have any new dialogue. So where does he hang around? He hangs around here, but he might be one of those characters that after the quest is finished, he'll probably disappear from the game world.
Stop right there.
No, I will not stop right there.
Draw attention here.
Now let's go back to the moon. Cursor Village. And keep tabs on Sutek and see where he goes after this quest is finished. Alright, so I wasn't sure if I was going to get to 100 high precision Garez in this playthrough, but looks like we might. We're on 89 so far. In Mita, it's funny how time can affect how you see certain things. When you used to play old games that felt good, but now looking back at them, you're like, was this game always like that? Yeah, it's definitely understandable to have that feeling when you replay an old game, because then you start to see, oh, maybe it's not as good as I thought it was, because back when I played it, maybe I didn't know that there was better, or that there could be better.
How can this continue?
Because of thieving soldiers and willing helpers. It will continue until every thief lies dead.
Bayek! My friend, have you sent many desecrators for judgment with the daggers of the Boy King?
They serve Egypt well.
I am on the trail of another relic. Some say it holds the power of the gods.
An artifact such as that should never be found.
Alright, we've already got dialogue with that guy.
My niece was killed. I saw it. The look on her face.
The Pharaohs choose no favorites. We must act wisely and avoid foolish outings.
Was she a fool for going to the market?
We are alive. Take peace in that.
He was part of a quest that we'd already done. I bet you Sutek has walked off from this area and now he's not discoverable. That'd be right. As I said before, with this DLC, I'm not having much luck with going back to people involved in quests from previous times and catching up with them to see if they have any new dialogue. So I don't know where Sutek has gotten to now. He probably despawned and teleported from where he was to somewhere else. Actually, where I saw him last, he was sitting down on a bench. The same bench that I saw Ezio actually sit down at. Here he is. He's still here. Alright. Alright. So we'll keep tabs on him, Sutek, and see where he goes. Just in case changing the time to nighttime makes the mark for him disappear, I'm not going to change it to nighttime. Even though I've wanted to do that for the playthrough with each mission, to add an extra kind of like atmospheric feel for myself. But when it comes to wanting to get new dialogue from, or potentially get new dialogue from characters, I'm just going to put that by the wayside.
Whoa. Merti has visitors. I should not be seen in this area. Whoa.
Wait a second. You will pay, corpse.
Damn it. I want to see if there was any dialogue from the enemies.
It's mine now.
I don't think there is, otherwise they would have started talking by now.
Wait a minute.
Would it? Nothing yet. Hey, what? You should not have come here.
Raid, do you think that in The Lord of the Rings, Sauron chose to name his homeland Mordor when he noticed that his house didn't have enough points of entry? That's a good one, Raid. Nice. Mordor. You don't know, you don't have much to say today. Oh, Raid. Never feel like you have to, be constantly saying things if there's nothing that you truly feel like saying. But definitely don't feel like you can't as well. But yeah, that's really funny. I like that one. That's canon now. That's why he named it Mordor.
Hey, wait! Time is up! Die! Hey, what?
And me to like those memes when they compare Gondor, Mordor, etc. There's been so many memes about so many things by now. It's so funny. Thomas, and then there was Hodor stealing the ring. Yeah, it's like, come on. Why are you stealing that ring for? Jeez. Leave some rings for us, huh? Maybe we want to sell them or something.
You're behind these soldiers at my door.
You lied to me in Thebes.
Don't be naive. I told you all I could. If I betrayed the others, I would be dead already.
The relic. You knew of its power.
No. Until you came to my shop with bloody blades and a debt to be paid.
A debt still owing.
You're Aten. We searched for it and it eluded us. A gilded myth of order, truth, justice, painted upon the walls of a heretic's tomb. And after what happened, I stopped looking.
What happened?
Slaughter. Of some poor soul who tried to stop our desecration. I never knew who did not want to know, but I profited, and for that, my heart is heavy.
Then lighten it.
When you came to Thebes, I started searching again and I knew someone had found it.
Did you discover who has the relic?
That knowledge is shrouded, but it does not belong to men. It holds the power of the gods.
And it won't be long before someone discovers how to harness that power completely.
Then Amun help us all. This is where the trail led me. Bought from an antiquarian at the necropolis of the nobles.
It says the relic was used in a Ma'at ritual. A ritual long forgotten.
Take it. I am ready to leave this cursed land. The Claimer of Hearts comes for me.
Long, hey.
Shadow of Anubis defeated. Now, where did Matty go? Did she actually disappear out of the game world? Probably. Wouldn't be surprised. Yep, I'd say she's disappeared from the game world now. Trying to keep track of all these characters to potentially maybe get some dialogue later. It's like juggling 500 plates with cats on top while being on a unicycle. Rage, your knowledge of Lord of the Rings lore is pretty rusty, but you're pretty sure Mordor means Dark Land in Orcish, since Sauron's master was named Morgoth, meaning Dark Enemy or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I sort of remember some bits and pieces here and there, but there's a lot of books that weren't written by himself, but were written by his son, using his father's notes on certain things to craft stuff. So I don't... And then you got the Silmarillion as well, which I have read twice in my life, but I haven't read for a very long time, and it's got a lot of stuff in it about what happened with the elves and why the dwarves and the elves dislike each other in the first place, you know, all that kind of stuff. Mr. Epic, they did Talion dirty with the ending of Shadow of War. Hated how they just killed him off as he was nothing special. Yeah, I mean, I'm not too sure about that game's story and stuff, but maybe they killed him off for some other reason, but who knows sometimes. And Mita, well, Celebrimbor was a bad guy in the game, so he didn't really care about Talion. So Talion sought his own path by wearing that ring. Right, so my notes about this say, do not complete once you speak to Tahamet. Alright. So when we speak to Tahamet here, I won't do the next step of the quest. Because I think if I keep on going with the quest, it'll end up leading to the end of the DLC content before I've done all the other main story stuff. As I was saying before, you can do things out of order in this very easily without realizing. Hey there, Hugo. How's things going? And Mita, because by the end of the game he becomes kind of like a Nazgul. Oh, okay. Yeah, because I think weren't those games supposed to actually be accurate? Like they weren't retconning anything from the lore of the series or something?
Do you care nothing for our ancestors? You raped their tombs. Our history.
Atamis will desecrate them without my help. At least this way I protect what I can.
Protect? This is nothing but going to you. More drachma to lose on the roll of a dice.
Priestess, I beg you, be prudent. Trust me. Justice will be served.
These are not Pharaohs. They are our brothers, fathers, mothers. And trust me, our mothers will have retribution.
It seems to be a habit of yours, by arriving in the nick of time.
Since when have you been working for tomb robbers, Tahamet?
Our little altercation at the gambling den did not go unanswered. I had a choice. Prison, or helping soldiers to catalog the tombs.
Ah, so you are the antiquarian Melty spoke of. You have been researching the Ma'at ritual, huh?
Raz, breath, keep your voice down. If Atami's men hear that I've been hiding things from them, walk with me. And please, try not to bring too much attention to yourself. The Ma'at carvings are here, in the necropolis of the nobles. I haven't had a chance to review them all yet, but there are red-haired worshippers, an orb. Wait, could they be Ramesses' descendants? Ah, speaking of the great pharaoh, I have a fascinating papyrus that...
Perhaps I should see the ritual for myself.
Go carefully. The tombs are crawling with Atami's men. If you find the orb, I would love to see it. A relic passed down from the gods. A once-in-a-lifetime find.
Once? Huh. I wish it was so.
May your blade be firm against your enemies, Bayek.
Alright, so in my notes it said do not complete once you speak to Tahamet, the Blood in the Water quest. Alright, cool. Okay, so the next thing then is a quest called Unfair Trade. Ah, shit, why did I... Oh, jeez, Rod, you idiot. Now I don't know where Sutek has gone because I had him marked, but then I absent-mindedly just marked the friggin' quest. Oh man, I'm not having much luck with trying to keep track of characters to speak to after quests are fucking finished. Alright. So annoying when shit doesn't go to plan.
Hey, hold on.
Your time has come.
What do you think you're doing?
Raid Talon spends 60 years keeping Mordor in a state of chaos until the ring he's wearing corrupts him and he joins the Nazgul. He then dies at the end of Return of the King when the One Ring is destroyed and Mount Doom erupts, destroying the Nazgul for good. Ah, okay. So that's how it all plays in. You going okay, Hugo? Well, that's good to hear. As for me, I'm doing well, working more on this DLC today. Going to be finishing it today, not in this stream though, because on Tuesdays I do 2 separate streams. So I will be having a break soonish, ending the stream, having a break, and then coming back later. But yeah, the plan is to finish this playthrough today, and then tomorrow start Odyssey. Mr. Epic, he got killed by someone he defeated hours before, and who he spared, and how does she repay him? By killing him. Definitely sounds like a raw deal, for sure. And she was the reason Celebrimbor betrayed him in the first place. Ugh. Raid wanted to put it out there, if there were an option to join Celebrimbor and conquer the world, you would have done it. Oh yeah. It's interesting when games give you an alternate sort of like approach. Indeed, Schiller, Detroit become Retribution. Spoiler alert, but Isadora is the one with the piece of Eden. and her mother was killed in front of her eyes when she was a child. So that's why when she says mothers, if you actually hear the dialogue, she puts a lot more emphasis on that. And then when she says, our mothers will have retribution. Hey there, Dyson. It's oh dear. Yeah, I was wondering when someone would comment on Tahamet's breasts. Mr. Epic Game made it seem like she was the good guy. Well, your opinion, she was far from it. Yeah, I mean, I've got no stake in that game because I haven't actually played it, so, I don't really know who to root for or whatnot in that game, but yeah. Rage, you heard that as may your blade be farm. How's things going, Dyson? Welcome on in. Thank you for redeeming the leap of fail, Thomas. It's Schiller, the one and only God Emperor. God Emperor Schiller. No, game. I tried to angle him on that angle, but the game was like, nope. There we go. Thank you for redeeming that, Thomas. No Cassandra roll allowed. That's true. Exactly. Yeah, exactly, Ray. It's like, geez, why won't this game just let you kill yourself for our amusement? Sometimes it can feel like that when I'm doing a leap of fail. There's been so many times since I've added that as a channel point redeem where when I try to do it in the game, I actually fail doing a leap of fail because Bayek actually, or not Bayek specifically in general, but all the characters, when I try to do the leap of fail, they actually successfully land in the haystack instead of failing. So I found it quite ironic that with a channel point redeem called Leap of Fail, failing the Leap of Fail has been something that has happened quite a lot. It won't be in Odyssey though, so the next time I'll bring it back will be with Valhalla, and I'll keep it for that and Mirage as well. But I will be doing more Assassin's Creed playthroughs this year though. I'll be doing more for Unity's 10th anniversary, and I'll be doing a playthrough for Assassin's Creed 2's 15th anniversary as well. So whenever I do Assassin's Creed streams from now on and playthroughs, I'll have that channel point reward active for it. Raid, haystacks are apparently magnetic to mofos and hoods. This is true. They got that magnetism. And Mita Valhalla has something in those dream sections that even if you fall from the sky, you won't die. Oh yeah. If it gets redeemed when I'm doing that content, I'll just have to exit out of that area, I think. That's probably the best way to do it. Thomas, but the leap of fail is really easy when I want to do a leap of faith. Oh, exactly. That's it. When you're not meaning to do something like that, that's when the accuracy is very high. So the reason I didn't finish out the Blood in the Water quest is because it can lead to finding out information at an earlier point than makes sense in the timeline of the story. Or something to that effect.
I I should be cautious around here. A child? Their desecration is boundless. This strategos of Yebu must answer to Osiris.
No. Unfair trade. Yebu's captain is the one ordering the desecration of the tombs. Baya cannot stand idly by while Egypt's past is defiled. The strategos of Yebu is in league with the tomb robbers. On his orders, Egypt's past is being stolen and sold. Bayek may no longer be a Magi, but that does not mean he will stand idly by and let the soldiers defile Egypt's glorious past. And Mita, you can pause it. You will have the option to disable it. Yeah. But, I mean, I don't mind if it gets redeemed when I'm doing something like that, because I can definitely just stop what I'm doing and get it done. Within reason, like if I'm in the middle of like a cutscene, I'm not going to skip the cutscene and then go and do it. So I think I'll probably be streaming for at least another hour, maybe an hour and 15, but we'll just wait and see. So I'll just say an hour. So I'll be streaming for another hour before taking a break and then coming back with a stream later. But there'll be a big break, though. It'll be like probably a couple of hours.
When did such oppression become Egypt's legacy?
And Mitra, it's funny when you see that when you are in Asgard, Odin will look like Superman. Odin man.
Ready. Well, best not to draw attention here.
Ray, they don't call him All-Father for nothing. That's true. I wanted to see if there's any dialogue from this dude. So I'll just wait in the haystack until he calms down and then make time go and then sneak up on him and see if there's dialogue from him. Thomas, Odin uses one eye for seeing and the other for weakness. Yeah. He's a fan of the song Enter Sandman by Metallica. Sleep with one eye open. But he took it very literally. Right, it was Mara that first gave birth to all of creation. Yeah, well, that must have hurt. That definitely must have hurt. And Mita, you wonder why in those dream sections he never calls himself Odin but always Harvey. Yeah, I mean, I always just thought it might have been an alternate name for Odin, but I'm not too sure whether that is true or if it's just a thing where they, in the game, decided to make that be a thing. There's no dialogue, definitely. Oh well, whatever. Assassinate.
You will steal Egypt's past no longer.
Okay, so that is that quest done. Unfair trade. Blood in the water. Do not complete once you speak to Tahamet. Okay, so I wonder then when I actually do go then. The notes that I made about this last year don't actually mention anything else about that. Yeah. Okay, so I definitely don't do Blood in the Water for a while yet, because in that same quest, it actually gives you who has the relic, and then if you then go off on that part, you can actually activate the final cutscene kind of thing. So yeah, so we keep avoiding the Blood in the Water quest then. So in that case, I'm going to put that Blood in the Water quest on hold, and I'll make a note here. Not complete once you speak to Tahamet. So in that case, we then move to the King of Kings. In Mita, he had different names, and that was one of them, but most people know him as Odin. Oh, I see. So yeah. But that's the thing. They become so popular that they get known just by that one name. And pop culture tends to just use that name all the time then, but doesn't really use the alternate ones that might have been in the source material. Thank you, Raid, for redeeming the random Assassin's Creed quote. The modern-day assassins are weak. It is only a matter of time before I catch the last of them and kill them. But it is not enough for them to die. I want them to know how weak they truly are, and I want everyone to see them suffer. So on the day they finally meet me, they will welcome the death I offer them. So, who's that from, Raid? The King of Kings. The Pharaoh Ramesses stalks the land. The historian Tahamet has an ancient papyrus that holds the key to granting Egypt's greatest king his final rest. Another long dead but not forgotten walks the Black Land. Great Ramesses, the pharaoh who restored peace and prosperity to Egypt, the god who sired 100 children and lived for over 80 years. How can this king be driven back to his eternal rest? Tahamet has a papyrus, and Baig must find the essences of the pharaoh's soul if he wants to banish the keeper of harmony and balance. Ah, so that's Berg at the end of Rogue. I gotcha. Yeah, also Berg. Mr. Epic, Valhalla is such a great game, don't you agree, Rod? It really makes you feel like Viking when you use a rainbow pony boat while wearing your Iron Man armor, shooting laser beams at enemies while playing the song Shoot the Thrill in the background. I do like Valhalla, but yeah, there definitely is a lot of ridiculousness in a lot of, cosmetic stuff. And Mita, you got angry with that boss fight that Abel has with Odin at the end of the game. You didn't know what to do to escape the fight. Oh yeah. Like, I get what they were striving for with that, but it's definitely understandable that not everyone will actually like that whole thing. It definitely, like, it took me until it pops up the message on the screen the first time I played it to actually let me know, oh, that's what I need to do.
Look at this. Tell me, what do you see?
I see you. Exactly where I left you. Poring over dusty papyrus and losing more than you win on dice.
Knowledge is not necessarily wisdom, Baig. You have heard of Ramesses II, yes? The great pharaoh, father to 100 children.
Uh-huh.
He is the pharaoh who walks.
How do you know?
This speaks of it. Strange, because it must be 1,000 years old. A great king, his soul fragmented. Does not say why he is here. Revenge? Or he has unfinished business.
As do we all.
Wait, Bayek. Let me see before you get yourself killed. Pharaoh's name. Pharaoh's shadow. An ancient ritual. It's all here. Fascinating.
If he is like the others, I know what needs to be done. But I will need the parchment.
Of course. So, about my finder's fee?
Or you could give it to me from the goodness of your heart. Unless you already lost that on another bad roll of the dice.
Take it with my blessing.
Ha!
Ra protect you, Bayek.
The Pharaoh's jib, his shaut, his wren. This is how I will quieten the great Ramesses.
Papyrus of Uza Ma'atre. In the time of Philopatris, the one who loves her country, an eagle will reunite the fractured soul of Ramesses. Face the great one who walks, he who straddles the kingdoms, holds the vulture and the cobra in his mighty grasp. In the ruins of Pharaoh's Ren, great songs and hymns sung in his name. A mother's blood, the heart, the Pharaoh's jib. Return them and banish the god with the ritual of Hebsed. You had to Google it, Enmita. That's definitely understandable. You know, I don't blame you either, because it does take a little bit for the game to actually even put that message up on the screen to tell you. Right, it's definitely an unusual solution, but you're typically good at thinking outside the box. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense, given the connection between the axe and all that kind of stuff with Eivor. Enmita Lolbike is such a great character. He really is. Really, really is. I love how he's like that, you know. Or you could give it to the goodness of your heart. Or have you already lost that on a bad roll of the dice? Thomas Bayek is a millionaire right now. He could have given her a small share. Well, that actually makes me think how much. He's only got 10,195 gold, unfortunately. Alright, so a Pharaoh's heart and name. Do that one first. Thomas, how can you be so broke after New Game Plus? I actually spent a lot of the in-game currency on buying outfits and stuff for this playthrough. Like this one that I've got Bayek wearing now. I think it was like 5,000 or something. But I don't know how much I had before the end of the playthrough that I've used this save file for as the New Game Plus. Right? Not a Pharaoh's fart, guys. A Pharaoh's heart. A Pharaoh's fart in a canopic jar.
We gaze in wonder at the abyss and let ourselves fall into slumber.
Bean!
Oh.
A Pharaoh's heart and name. To banish the Pharaoh, Bayek must find his mother Tuya's blood and the hymns in praise of Ramesses' great name. A Pharaoh praised eternally as the best Egypt has ever known, a mother's love the son bereft. When she died, Ramesses offered the woman who gave him life every honor. Just as the people of Egypt afforded him songs and hymns in remembrance of his greatness, these tokens are the key to laying Ramesses to rest.
Guards here are vigilant.
Wait a second. There is no escape! And now! That's it. Die!
Hey, hold on.
Join the dead!
No way you can run to. I'll find you, dog. Got you now.
Death for you!
I'll get the fire going.
Hey, what?
The Pharaoh's heart. The blood of his beloved mother, Toya.
Raid, when you did your full sync run of Mirage, you only spent 600 dirham and ended with over 10,000. It's a shame you can't do more with money in that game. You did a lot of stealing, sue me. I don't blame you, the looting in that game, like the pickpocketing I mean, in that game is very addictive.
I long for the day when men will turn away from invisible monsters and once more embrace a more rational view of the world.
Thank you, Mr. Epic, for redeeming that as a Bane impression. Mr. Epic, if only Ubisoft could follow their own advice. This is so true. You would think so. In many ways, they've become like they depict Abstergo Entertainment to be like. Bimman, why does that remind you more of Deckard Cain from Diablo with that voice of Bane? No idea, to be honest myself, Inman. I'm not too familiar with the Diablo series.
Hey, I'll kill you.
And Meteor really didn't spend much in Mirage. The same in Valhalla. In Valhalla you have almost 40,000 silver. Yeah, there comes a point in certain games where it's just like there's no real reason to spend the money, even if you have like heaps of it in the game.
Whoa. Soldiers are excavating here. I need to find the songs before they do. I should not be seen in this area.
Hey!
Hey, hold on!
There we go. So that is that quest done. A Pharaoh's heart and name. Next one. A Pharaoh's shadow. A Pharaoh's shadow. There. There's one of them now. May as well take out another one of these. Raid, same in Skyrim. Last time you had almost 1 million gold, so you could basically throw money at all your problems. Now that would definitely be great. Thomas, you'd love alchemy in Skyrim? Oh yeah. I ended up spamming the healing magic to just level up my magic. In Mita in Skyrim you spend a lot because you built all the 3 houses, so you needed ingots. Oh, that can be quite expensive in that game, can't it? Because I never actually went that far when I played it. But when that arrow hit his head, legit winced from imagining how that must have felt for, say, 2 seconds. 2 very quick seconds. You're not wrong there, Vinman. Thomas, wait, there are 3 houses? And Mita, yep, you can build 3 houses. Thomas, no. No. Raid, you're really cheap. There's a bit in Dragon Ball where a guy forces you to pay off someone's debt to him and you intimidated him into only giving him half, but then you stole back the money you paid him. Sounds like what to do with the heralds that you bribe in the AC series. Mr. Epic, Altair's quotes were always wise, but the one quote that really stuck to you even now was, when I was a young man I had liberty, but I did not see it. Yeah, that is such a great quote, Mr. Epic, from Ezio as well, you know. You go, do you get all additional content if you buy the season pass for this game? Yeah. As Raid said, yeah, you do. Ella Mouse, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to you and to your raiders as well. Hope you had a great stream. Nice, you're playing Assassin's Creed 3. So what part are you up to at the moment, Ella Mouse, in that? And Mita, on your first playthrough of Skyrim, you spent 300 hours and you still missed some small quests? Oh man, that would be annoying, especially if you want to get all the quests done to have that happen. We're just about to take on this, what are they called? The Faithless one. One of these dudes. Anubis Shadow, that's it. Welcome back, Shin. Back for a short bit? That's definitely fair enough. That's no worries. I'll be streaming for another half hour before I end this stream and then take my break. Right, funniest thing was that it was only like 250 gold, which at that point was basically chump change. I don't blame you, because yeah, you reach that point where that amount is just nothing. Oh, you did, Shin? You got the Cyclops Eye achievement. So what did you have to do to get that? Or are you talking about Odyssey, where you have to get the eye back from the goat? Okay, now we have to wait for the Shadow of Ramesses to appear. And also defeat him. If you find Ramesses' shadow, because you can find it earlier than this, if you find Ramesses' shadow and you kill it, then when you get to this quest, you still have to do it again. So there's no point worrying about killing the Ramesses' shadow until you need to literally do it for this quest, called a Pharaoh's Shadow.
Halt! This place is heavily guarded.
One of the places it was appearing was in the Temple of Karnak. It was that one, Shin? Yeah. I don't know if I've ever done that one. Bimman, you remember when you grinded for $1 billion in Mercenaries 2? That makes you really appreciate money's value. Oh, nice. I never actually played those. Shin, Stink Eye. Oh, yeah. I wouldn't want to be touching that after that. It meets a disgusting achievement. It really is, you know. Having to, like, find this, like, obsidian eye inside the arse of a goat. Raid, poor demon. He only wanted to meditate at the statue, and Bike just comes up and murders him. How rude. Exactly. We're just like, you can't be doing that here. What are you doing that for? And Bike was like, yeah, let's take care of them. Vimin, the money actually stacks in your headquarters, so at 1 billion is swarmed with money stacks? Oh, really? Physically appears in your headquarters. Damn, I didn't realize. Man, that would look so funny. With these shadows, you need to just wait until they appear, which is random. Ah. Well. Now we need to get to them and defeat them.
You do not belong here, Great One. The earth quakes. Take your place amongst the gods, Ramesses. Ramesses' temple, built so his memory would not wither. Does it keep the secret of his tomb?
Boom. There we go. Ray, do you remember using loads of exploits to get rich in GTA 5 by abusing the stock market? You felt like you were straight out of the movie Primer with what you were doing. Yeah, it's actually cool that they have something like that where whenever you do the assassination missions for Lester, when he mentions certain companies that will benefit, you put in as much money into the stocks for that company as possible. But it is something that can be missed if you do it. Like, it's not something that's constant. after that point. I don't know when the cutoff point is, but you can't take advantage of it. It's not like when it happens in the mission, it stays that way for the rest of the game. Shin, you're playing the AC games in chronological order, which makes AC Odyssey the first game. That's a great way to play it, Shin. Yeah, I haven't done that yet with the series. I don't know if I ever will, to be honest, because that's a lot of games to do, but yeah. But that's cool. Mr. Epic, are you planning on playing Watch Dogs 1 anytime so we can see how you assassinated Olivia Garneau as Aiden Pierce? Absolutely, Mr. Epic, yeah. I do an annual playthrough of the Watch Dogs games, so I'll be doing that, but I also have 10th anniversary celebrations of the first game to do as well. Thank you for the GGs, Enmita. Thank you very much. It's good when that works out, because they can just disappear. Like, you can literally have one more hit left on them, and they'll just disappear. So it's good that that didn't happen. Raid, hopefully that returns in GTA 6. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it does. I mean, I'd be surprised if it doesn't. So we're going to continue on with the King of Kings, which takes us to the next part of that. So I need to go. Yeah, so we need to go there. And me too, you shouldn't let them kill all the NPCs that are around, because once they kill all of them, they'll just disappear. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, like, having something like that is good to know. That there is a way to calculate when that might happen. Yeah, I never actually saw that movie, Raid. Primer is badass, but very confusing, is it? Yeah, there can be movies that are a bit like that too. There's a lot that can be going on in them.
Bandits have made camp here. If something remained, they probably took it.
Hey, hold on! Eat this, you shit! Hey! Stop, you dead! I see you!
An unmarked tomb with the same cartouche from the hymns and songs.
Kill you! You must die! You will pay, corpse! There! Hey!
Raid, these two guys built a time machine in their garage and use it to get rich off the stock market. It was written by an actual scientist, so it tries to approach time travel as realistically as possible. Oh, Now that you mentioned that, I think I might have heard someone else talk about that one time on one of my streams, but I just forgot the name of the movie. Obviously, realistic time travel is an oxymoron, but whatever. Oh yeah, I know what you mean, though, Raid. It's trying to take a realistic approach to it. Like, if it was something that actually could be done, how would it actually work? Instead of being like, oh yeah, you can just bump your head, and then when you're in New York and you bump your head, you can wake up in England 500 years earlier. You know, like that kind of illogical logic that some time travel stories use as a way for the character to time travel. Alright, for the rest of the playthrough, I'm not going to worry too much about trying to find the characters again and see if they have any dialogue, because it's just... there's no guarantee that I'm able to even get it done in that way, because there's so many different characters at different times that might not even be spawned into the game world and all that kind of stuff, so... like, I'll try where I can, but I won't worry 100% about it anymore. Mr. Epic, you know, Rod, I keep joking about Suicide Squad killing Rocksteady, but it's like they're really trying to make the studio go belly up, because you saw a YouTube video about the new DLC character, and it was a hideous female Mr. Freeze character. Yeah, I mean, there's so many things that they reveal for stuff with so many things, and they think, oh yeah, this will be great, I suppose. But yeah, as far as I'm concerned, the last Arkhamverse game was Batman Arkham Knight.
What will I find in the Pharaoh's tomb? More desecration.
The great Ramesses here lies buried, casting the only shadow that the desert knows.
What path should I follow now?
Bayek of Siwa, you have come. Will you help my husband, Ramesses, find the peace he deserves?
Are you an instrument of misery?
Cause others pain, inflicted pain.
Pain, pain, suffering, pain. We hear their cries.
Is it you who do this?
Thomas, what a strange bird. This is so true. Yeah. And Mita, you know you didn't realize at the first that these birds have women's faces? That's true, and Mita, yeah. It's interesting the sounds that they make as well. Mr. Epic, here's why I don't understand their choice. If they want to use an ice character, why not Killer Frost? Yeah, I guess that's the thing, right? Like, when there's already characters that fit a certain thing that they're going for, then why not use them? This location, this afterlife, has one of my favorite side quests.
Ramesses the Great is your husband?
In life, I was his most beloved consort, the favorite queen of a great man.
Why does he walk the Black Land?
He lived a glorious life, vanquished our enemies, gave us prosperity, but in death, his Ka finds no peace. Once, the Magi were servants of the Pharaohs.
I am Magi no longer.
But you know what it is to sacrifice for something greater than yourself. Ramesses served Egypt like no other. Has he not earned an ageless slumber?
What will you have me do?
I will whisper the ritual in your ear.
Before that, though, the side quest I was talking about. Follower or leader? This is a great side quest.
You are the cupbearer of the Keeper of Harmony. Set free the spoils of war and return his hemset. The Ka of Ozymandias. Be furious in wrath. Take it from those who hide it. It must stride on the sands. Side by side, they must ascend into the deathless feathers and summon the Ba, the traverser of worlds.
And Mita, imagine seeing a bird like that in real life. That'd be so freaky. Like, I'd have to do a double take at first, too. Be like, what the fuck? Thomas, you wouldn't feed these strange birds, otherwise they could reproduce. Well, too late, Thomas, because there's heaps of them in this DLC. Right, Mrs. Freeze is an actual DC villain. You guess they thought she'd be more recognizable. Not that you care. You have zero interest in Suicide Squad. Ah, okay. Yeah. Well, if there is, then yeah. But yeah, I didn't know that myself. Mr. Epic Bayek is having a bad trip. He really, really is. You're not wrong there. And Mita, it is indeed a great quest. It really is. I love the conversations that Bayek has with him, and also how it relates to Bayek and his relationship with his own son. And you can definitely tell that Bayek still thinks of himself as a father, you know, and is able to give wisdom and stuff like that about it. Thomas, she wants to bite our ear. Exactly. Make it bleed. Must be a vampire bird.
Wind is picking up. Not good.
Only my oblivion will please him. Can I ever be a man in his great eyes? Only my oblivion will please him. Can I ever be a man in his great eyes? How can I hope to best those beasts? Father can command all he wants, but I am no warrior.
Your father has you hunting scorpions, boy.
Boy? Another come to patronize me? Forgive me. I am tired of trying to make him understand. Him in his damn trials. I do not want to walk his path, Neb.
Bayek, you wish to choose for yourself. Tell me of this ceremony you risk your life for.
He thinks it will make me a man. Accept my responsibilities. Recover the symbols. Strength, protection, power. Folklore and fallacies.
But you do not want to defy him, even if that means oblivion. Perhaps I could be your champion.
And what would that make me? A coward? A failure?
Ah, smart. Such trials are not the only thing that make a man. I will teach my son this.
By Ra's light, you are right, Bayek. I will wait for you north of here. Not even Serket's protection could save me from their venomous embrace.
Follower or leader, following in his father's footsteps is no mean feat for Setna, especially when the boy poet lives by the adage that the stylus is mightier than the sword. Bayek helps Setna, a young man who has been tasked with proving himself a man by his overbearing father. Sensing that the son is no warrior, Bayek undertakes the trials himself. Along the way, he teaches the boy that being a man does not necessarily mean following in your father's footsteps. Yeah, in Mita. Definitely God of War vibes. Boy! Raid, he looks a bit like an older version of Khemu's friend back from Insiwa. That's a good point. Yeah, I mean, that's a good call. Mr. Epic, you just don't like when they change pre-established characters. You would feel the same if they changed Wonder Woman for a man. Yeah, actually, isn't there a character called Wonder Man or something? They might have already done that.
Scorpion's blood, a vigorous symbol of strength. Light.
Alright, so tool pouch is fully upgraded now. Mr. Epic, don't know, hope not. Raid, yeah, there is Wonder Man. Yes, he looks just as stupid as you think. Oh, really? Okay. I wasn't 100% sure.
Setna will want to know he does not have...
You did it? You got the blood? Was it terrifying? Pitted against a fearsome foe, not knowing if you would live or die?
Hey, you have a way with words.
Do you think? My dearest wish is to be a scribe.
Does your father know this?
The mighty warrior? It would shame him to have a writer for an heir.
He will want his legacy to be a good son. What is our next trial?
The symbol of protection. We must steal an Ankh from the caverns of the Valiant. Can it be desecration in the realm of the dead?
I will return to you when I have it.
For the final trial, come find me at the end to the caverns. Stealing a symbol of life from the hands of the dead? Irony, thy name is Father.
And Mita, does he look like Leonardo of Sparta? Leonardo of Sparta. Hey there, Lizzie. Apparently there is, yeah. There is a Wonder Man. How's it going, Lizzie? Raid, it looks like if Alexius from Odyssey were wearing the Amazon armor, just why? Really, Raid? Who knows?
Can this be my mount? A horse sent by the Jackal himself.
Okay, so I'm going to be ending the stream soon. I'm going to end it after I do this side quest, and then when I come back from my break, I'll continue on from this point.
An ancient token of life and protection. Sandstorm coming.
In this DLC, in this afterlife, there's also a reference to a quote from the movie Blade Runner, which has been altered to actually suit the context of this.
Means to show him a tenet of manhood. Protect those in your care.
Such a small thing? Was it very hard to get? Did the spirits of the fallen scream and shriek? Wrap their icy fingers around your throat?
Hey, you have a vivid imagination.
It is both a blessing and a curse.
What happens when the trials are done?
I will confront my father. Do you think he will hear me?
Stand strong and proud. He will hear you.
The last trial is to take the Pharaoh's pastiche from the great sand sea. It will be spewed forth from the desert.
The symbol of power is the beard.
A boy is a boy no longer with hair on his chin. I will meet you at the sanctum of Hasiesi. I would like to grow a beard. Do you think it will be red as my hair?
Did you, Mr. Epic? Oh, yeah. Find and get the pastiche. It's so funny because you actually do see Ramesses in this before you actually fight Ramesses, if you do this quest before then. But I think even after you fight Ramesses, you can do this quest and still see him. But there's definitely an explanation. When we see him in the context of this side quest, it's more of a commentary on, well, it's related to the fact that he had a lot of children, you know, and this Setno is one of the many hundreds. Mr. Epic, like you said, Raid, why? Raid, you read that as Pharaoh's Porsche. You didn't realize Egyptian kings drove sports cars. It's a good one.
There is no God in the stars who has not his companion by his side. Shall I be thy companion? His throne remembers him. Between the two scepters, this dignity of his spirit.
They say a man's strength lies. And yet, I let Aya shave mine off.
Hey there, Senny. Welcome on in, dude. Origins is going well, and so far I haven't had any of the
Father do with such a trinket?
audio sync issues. So yeah, putting it to 720p for the stream for this game has definitely helped, I think. How's things going with you, dude? Just gonna finish out this side quest and then go on my break. We're making good progress. In the next stream, after my break, we'll definitely be getting through the rest of the playthrough.
Hope Senu got clear.
Eyes open, steady on.
Cheers, Crooked. That is great to hear, but yeah, hopefully I haven't jinxed it. That'd be so annoying.
Great Ramesses, keeper of harmony and balance. My father, your trials are completed. Your will done. But I will not follow you. My path is my own to walk.
Then go with Ra, my son. You are not the lion leading an army of sheep, Bayek. But their destinies are forged in the flames you lit. Let that bring you peace.
It's interesting too when you think about the piece of Eden being used and how it can draw from Bayek's subconscious and everything. Earlier in the game's story, you have Bayek talking to his son Khamu about becoming a Medjay when he grows up, you know, following in Bayek's footsteps and all that kind of stuff. And there'd be a part of Bayek that now wonders, you know, what would have become of his son if he hadn't died, and what kinds of things would his son want to do. And in some ways, the son Setna that we see there wanting to forge his own path, but worried that his father will not approve. In terms of Bayek, like, it's a reflection of the fact that, you know, he would not care if his son didn't actually want to become a Medjay. That he would have been fine if Khamu wanted to forge his own path. And so I like to see that as the representation of that aspect of Bayek, and thinking about what would have become of his son, and him, you know, being like, well, no matter what I would have been proud of my son, no matter what path he chose, because I understand that, he's choosing his own path, So Sedna is like, Ramesses will not accept that I don't want to follow in his path. But as we saw there, in that hallucination of it, he did. Lizzie, 2 Bayeks. That's right. Yep, there's some symbolism going on there with Bayek seeing himself in these visions. Ray, do you remember that scene that scene being in Aten? You guess not. Oh yeah, with Ramesses? Yeah, so no, it happens here.
The instruction of Amenemop. A father's advice to his son on living a pious life.
The instruction of Amen-Em-Apt. Do not follow another's furrow. Plough your fields and you will find what you need. You will receive bread from your own threshing floor. Cheat not with your pen. The finger of the scribe is the beak of the ibis Toth.
Would Khemu have followed my footsteps, or carved his own path?
I offer my heart to you that you may shape it, form it, like wet clay. It is in your hands, a simple thing, a simple hope, my freedom. Your greatness and light is unfathomable. How can I look upon it and see myself in its blinding rays? Should I step out from beneath them, so that I can gaze upon my own endless horizon?
Ha! The story of our quest. He has cast me as the conquering hero. I almost blush.
The boy gazed out across the valley, accepting his oblivion. How could he hope to stand against the great beasts? They would feast upon his soft flesh. But as he cried, all hope lost, a dark-eyed warrior came. He laid his strong hand upon the boy's shoulder, imbued him with hope. "Let me be your champion," he spake. "Let me be your sword."
Ha!
There we go, so that was Follower and Leader. That's my favourite side quest in this DLC, and one of my favourites in the game overall. Before I end the stream, because I mentioned it and I actually forgot that it was in the location I was in before, I want to actually get that reference to the quote from Blade Runner. I just need to remember where it might have been. Which is the next trick.
Thou perish not, thy car perishes not, for thou art mighty in your domain.
Whoa. Whoa.
Orion's Crater, that's a spot where you can loot a lot of shards of star crafting material.
You bring my dear heart closer to peace. The face of the god is open, revealed.
I can't remember where that thing was now, but it wouldn't have been in a spot that I hadn't uncovered and it hadn't popped up.
Overcast. The stars darkened.
Hey, Edgar.
There is no God in the stars who has not his companion by his side. Shall I be thy companion?
What would we do with the drunken sailor? That's a great sea shanty from Black Flag.
Whoa.
Here is Diane of Elysium, but you may call me Wonder Man. Thanks for redeeming that raid as an Arnie impression. Wonder Man.
Whoa.
Okay, so there was the pit where we did the first part of the side quest.
Damn you!
The sky is overcast. The stars darkened.
Whoa.
The face of the god is open, revealed.
No, I should have actually done it when I was there, but I thought it was in the other spot, not in the spot that I was at before. But yeah, there's a reference anyway to the Blade Runner movie quote about
Thou perish not, thy car perishes
the stars
not,
or whatever it is.
for thou art mighty.
Anyway, this is where I'm going to end this stream and take a long break and then come back with more. Raid, seriously, he literally looks like Alexis wearing Wonder Woman's clothes, only they're far too small for him. Why? I guess they thought it was going to be a memorable character.
Remembers him between the two scepters. This
Thank you, Schiller. I definitely will. So I'm going to take a break for 2 hours, and then I'll be back with more Assassin's Creed Origins. Just want to thank everyone for watching this stream. Understandable if people can't make it to the next one. We'll be finishing off the game today, and then tomorrow I'll be starting Odyssey. So if you see me streaming Assassin's Creed Odyssey, you know it's become Wednesday. But for the rest of my Tuesday, we'll be focused on finishing Assassin's Creed Origins. Before I go, just want to give some shout-outs. I'd like to highly recommend people check out the following streamers. Shillerlock, who's doing an annual series run of Assassin's Creed as well. He's currently playing through Assassin's Creed Unity at the moment. He's also a fan of games like the Dark Pictures series of horror games by Supermassive, as well as the Mafia series. Crocodiles is playing Far Cry Primal as part of a historical order run. He's doing various games across various franchises and genres, but he's doing them in timeline order. So the first game as part of that project was Ancestors, the Humankind Odyssey, which was millions and millions and millions of years ago. And now the next one in that series that he's doing is Far Cry Primal. And he'll be going through various games up until around the 1945 mark. Also highly recommend checking out Alamouse. They were doing a playthrough of Assassin's Creed 3 Remastered. And also recommend checking out Shin the Ninja Penguin. He's been doing some streams of Assassin's Creed Odyssey, and he's also a fan of JRPGs and MMORPGs as well. Would like to highly recommend checking out all those streamers if you haven't before. Lizzie, you never noticed that Ezio's basic cape has a print on it? Oh yeah, but that's understandable. Like, there's so many details that can be happening at once that it can be hard to notice all of them. So the next stream that you'll see from me of this will be in 2 hours time, and the next game after this will be Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Coming up on the channel on Friday will be Alien Isolation, doing Phase 2 of celebrating its 10th anniversary, and on the weekend, Splinter Cell. So thanks everyone for watching this one, and I'll be back in 2 hours with more Assassin's Creed Origins to finish off the playthrough and Curse of the Pharaohs. Well, that's fair enough, Lizzie. Yeah, you never know sometimes. Until later, some things don't appear straight away.